Oh, welcome to the shenanigans. Happy Monday, y'all. I hope everyone's feeling good today. Bring in the positive energy. Shout out to my first live of the day. Gave me a lot of laughs. Recharge. I appreciate y'all always. Good laughs are important in this life. So that's the goal today as well. Hang out with me, vibe with me, chat with me. Please like and subscribe. Be a good human always and an adult. Gotta say it, but anyways, did I say please like and subscribe? It's one of those days, but we're gonna get it moving. I have these little butterflies that were hanging. Oh, meat wants here, you hear him? That were hanging like on a glitter board, but it's been years. Hold on. They're literally out here on a golf cart. I've never seen that. Okay. I'm like, where am I at again? I've never seen that. Okay. They're gone. They're gone. He went like this. Like, I see him over there. Or I seen him. I'm like, nah. I did too. I was like, wait, what? I was so confused. Anyways. Wow. Okay. Anyways, I had these butterflies hanging for years on. Oh, look, this just came off. On a glitter poster board. So they like dangle like this. So, no jokes. But I was like, okay, I'm going to revamp it. Because I was able to pull off a butterfly and I put it on the office wall like months back. And I just was like, I still want to do that. So I was like, maybe I'll add that to the project board out here. I cleaned off my patio this weekend. Most of it. But definitely the desk, like workspace. So it feels good to have like fresh vibes. See where it takes me. I also want to do a poll. I thought of a poll and I don't want to forget about it. So I do want to do a poll. Please and thank you. Let's see. Hold on. What the heck? It cut me off. What is going on, YouTube? You've done that recently. And I don't understand. Let me set up a poll. All right. Okay, I want to make sure I don't forget what I wanted to put. Okay. It doesn't let me do more than 4 options, so we're going to do that. Okay. I don't think I wanted it that color, but it's not letting me change it, so I guess it's supposed to be that color. But check that out. And if there's another theme, then throw it in the chat. Let's talk about it. Oh, good Lord. Let's not talk about that. What up, Chris? I don't know what the topic is yet. I just put up the poll, so maybe that'll be the topic, but we don't put ourselves in boxes around here. As long as you're being a good human and being thoughtful and mindful of others, then we can talk about a lot of stuff, you know? Good morning, good night, good evening. Hold on, let me see what happened here. What up, Liam? Yes, please like and subscribe. Please, pretty please. And do the poll. We're at Cartoon already? Pleasantville? Okay. Interesting. I've actually seen Pleasantville and I suck at movies, but I don't remember all of it. So it would be something that I would like to see again as like a wiser adult, I guess. Because you see things in different lenses depending on when you've seen it, you know, with some movies. But I'm awful at movies, so we can talk about movies, but don't get offended if I don't watch the movies you suggest, or if I don't know much movies, you know. I'm open for conversation that I don't like know too much about. But yeah, I'm not a big movie person, as most of y'all know if you've been coming around for a little while. Hold on a second. I'm gonna double check some stuff. What's everyone doing this week? Are you off? Are you working? Because sometimes people don't have days off on the weekend. It's like, it could be during the week. I feel like weekends are like the days off. That should be the days off. Especially the day of rest, right? Which, even if you're off, are you really getting rest? It's crazy. It's crazy. The fan's like blowing the hair in my face. I feel like I have like little whiskers or something. It's like... Okay. Now, what are we going to talk about today, y'all? Be a good human. What's very promising? No, Rem. No. Say no to the toes. Don't even. Just start manifesting. Yikes. What up, Eminem? Actually, in the birds room earlier, Eminem was playing, and it sounded crazy from the living room. I was like, what is happening? Like, because I had just walked out. The music's been all over in there. All over. Yesterday there was like little Bow Wow and Sierra playing. Them Franchise Boys too. I was like, oh, but my parent loves, like, he likes some trap. He'd be listening to all kinds of stuff. I don't know if I'd consider any of those trap, but what do you know about them Franchise Boys? You lean with it? Rock with it? What up, Grown? How are you? Good morning. Cartoon, where are we at? 7 votes. And Cartoon and Pleasantville are neck and neck. We do have a goth in there. And then a country western. What up, bugger? The morning's good. Going into the rest of the day. I accomplished a lot. That's good. So here I am chilling for a little bit, you know? So hang out with me, vibe with me. I'm doing okay, Eminem. I'm doing okay. No, Chris, I was just saying I'm not good at movies. No, I'm sure others have, but not me. Working all week and weekend. Do you ever get a break? Oh, you're in the fish tank? Were you in the fish tank? Same on stream? What you mean? What you mean, grown? No, Bama. What up, Bama? Long time, long time. What do you mean expandable? I might need to move the fan. I'm literally like, it feels like my face is like itching for my hair. It's like... I don't feel like it's valid to break your back for any company. Are you building your dreams on the side of that? You should always be doing that. But I understand why people work for companies. Like, I get it. But you should always feel valued, you know? And some companies do make their employees feel valued. And then there's a lot that don't. But it depends, you know? If you're a person that's had multiple jobs, and like sometimes every time you get like a new job, you feel like, wow, I settled for so much less at the old job. Or you're like, I had more fun at the old job. You know, you kind of feel like, I don't know. When you're working on the hamster wheel, like I feel like you really have to have a good happy medium of why you keep going back, because you could always be searching for more, you know, whatever more may be defined as. You work later today, so you're just gonna hang out? Like a night shift? Eminem? Yeah, exactly that. Oh, yeah, I've picked the most crazies. I still have some in the tanks. One of them, when I first got him, I was like, oh, he's giving me a kiss. No, he was trying to eat my face. 100% trying to eat my face. And he still does, but when I feed him, I call him Jackal and Hyde. That's actually not even his name, but I call him that sometimes because you don't know who you're always dealing with. But when you drop the food, he's like this angel. And I'm like, yeah. And then anytime he sees any of the orange 5-gallon buckets, like, he goes nuts. He must have been in a bucket a lot. And the reason why I say that is because he definitely, a lot of my fish are considered tank busters. Quite literally. And I've only had goldfish a couple times, actually. I do like very aggressive like cichlids. But even the most considered aggressive, I've really bonded with some of them, and they're just like, I'm like, oh, you would never bite me. I love you. Like, fish are a different type of animal to have if you're really into it as like, not just like a hobby, but also like really caring about the fishes, most importantly, caring about the fish's like upbringing and what it will need, because people write it off as like, it's a fish, and I'm like, no, that's also where humans are wrong. But yeah, I have a bunch of them. He definitely, though, back to him with the orange bucket, he must have broke out of the tank a lot, because I had to put a light over his tank, because he would pop it at night. And when he had tank mates in there, little guys, he would literally like chew a fin and leave them hanging. Like, he wouldn't take them out. He would just like torture them. It was some crazy stuff. But he literally would leave them alone too, let them heal, and then go back at it. He's nuts. I love him though. I love him. But he definitely was breaking out of the tank, and whoever had a tank for him before probably had like a really bad setup, and he was breaking out of the tank for sure. He's crazy. But one of my other fish in my biggest tank, he can lift the glass, and the glass is it's got to be like, I want to say like 15 pounds when you take it off to do the tank. It like sides. He lifts it. He's nuts. He's out for blood, like, all the time. Food or no food. Like, sometimes he'd rather just try to eat my fingers. And he wasn't always like that, because when I first got him, he was so beat up. Like, it was like the saddest thing. And then he got an ego. And I think he knows he's in the biggest tank. So he was like a builder ego. It like built his ego even more. And sometimes he'll look over at the other one, Jekyll and Hyde, and they would like pop off like at the tank and stuff. But he was so like nonchalant about it because I don't know. He's nuts. He's nuts. That's why most of them are by themselves. Living in a cartoon world? I don't know, Jag. We're just hanging out. Anything can be for up discussion. You know? Not anything, but you know what I mean. Yeah, that is true, Eminem. Because even if, like, especially if you're not making, like, good money and you're being treated like trash, like, get out of there. You can look for other things on the side. Be responsible about it, but get something that's going to treat you better. Because you may work less and make more. You know, there's always other options, but I think people get stuck in routines. Like, I did too. I worked for the same company for 6 years. So, I mean, and even before then, like, I like job hop a little bit, but I was always really at like consecutive years at places. But I would get bored and know that I wanted more and that I wasn't getting paid enough. And like, I'm like building your freaking dream for you. And like, everyone loves me and like the job atmosphere that I would work in, you know, and not to toot my own horn, but like, I know I was an asset to all the companies. And I feel like we should all feel like that as humans. Now, if you're going in there acting squirrely and stuff and barely doing your job, maybe, you know, but maybe you're doing it right and you're not working as hard, but you're still getting paid. Like, I don't know. I can't even maybe knock it. Do what you do. But I always pour everything into everything. And then it became like, wow, like my last job, they took away like a lot of like things that were originally there from the beginning. And it only like got worse. So I was like, wow. And I like have no time. And I was working overtime too. So I was like, I felt like I know I didn't really know myself when I officially like left. It took me a lot of time. I kind of wish I would have jumped on YouTube then, but I've ironed out a lot of stuff. So it would have been even crazier. I tell y'all to buckle up now. It would have been a real buckle up then. It's still a real buckle up now, but that's cool, Eminem. So you do a little bit of both. Are you a server? Are you talking about the job, Chris? Hold on. Yeah, and I think a lot of people don't know what they're getting themselves into. Like, a little tank's not going to work for a fish that gets huge. You can, like, sadly stunt their, like, growths like that. And, like, maybe that's what people don't realize they're doing. But I feel like people that have, like, even, like, one tank, the fish, like, most of the time the water quality is crazy. That was another little side hustle that I did, was, like, cleaning fish tanks. Because believe it or not, like, people really just, like, it's so easy to do, and, like, they don't do it. It's kind of crazy. I got a fish online one time, and the water that the fish came in was insane. I felt so bad when I got the fish, too, because I was like, I never want to do this again. And I haven't, but I still love the fish. I still have them. I was just talking about them. But his tank took forever because you have to like pour that water into the tank, you know, he's been in that water. It's kind of crazy because I had thought about doing like fish stuff because I have so many fish, you know, and at one point naturally breeding happens, but I don't want to be part of that. I wouldn't say never because it is a cool hobby, but I don't think so. I don't think so. What up, Sam? Welcome back. How was the gym? Did you use some pull-ups? Hold on. I'm catching up, y'all. I'm sorry. I agree, Eminem. And you know, a lot of really super givers are going to say, and I know someone in here that will say, well, you know, like you should still be like helping others. And I don't disagree with that. But I think that a lot of time when you are naturally already a giver and you just give, and you don't give to yourself, which you have to self-love first. Sounds selfish, but self-loving first is also like how you allow people to love you better, and also like knowing what you'll stand for and what you won't stand for. And like, I think it's important to like give yourself to others as like not a half-ass thing. Kind of like, okay, I'm charged here where I can give back and not be drained by the end of this. Because I have a lot of draining experiences that are like, I'm sure we all have, but I know being an empath and also being connected to like my spiritual gifts personally, we all have them. But I feel like that can be a double-edged sword for me sometimes, of like people taking kindness for weakness, or knowing that you are a giver and they like prey on that too, you know? So you really have to like tweak things a little bit in life. It's like fine tuning of like a perfect recipe where you don't get drained, but you still can be the giver that you are, because you get fulfilled like that too. When you are really a giver, like you really feel good about giving. Like there's no like, I am doing this because of this. You're just naturally doing it, you know? But there's a lot of mixed emotions. I'm like, anyone following along? Because I know I'm behind, and now here I am on rewind. What up, Skate for you? No, what's that, Paul? Is that for Michael Jackson? Nonchalant. I was a goth too. That's why I put it in there, because I was like, maybe I'll like get connected to the people that maybe still are, or like had that, like, I don't want to call it a phase, because it honestly was an error for me. I honestly felt self-expression from it in a lot of different ways, you know, and I think that's why we all did it. But I also like know I was like hiding from the world in different ways too. I see it in different lights being an adult. The Harlem Shake, I cannot. How old are you? I haven't heard that in decades. Would I consider living with colorless? No, I wouldn't. If I'm gonna choose here, I don't know. I really like cartoon. But goth would be cool. But I don't want everyone to be sad or angry. So if the theme is like everyone's like lovey. But I also wanted to add, because it doesn't do a fish. So I should have done it instead of Pleasantville. But I was kind of curious, obviously. But if I had a fifth option, I would have put hippie, like retro, like everyone's wearing like parachute pants, like we're all like afros maybe. Well, I don't know. I don't think I could rock an afro. But maybe like really like just super hippie, you know, in all different forms. I think that would be cool. Like that 70s show ish, you know. Okay, hold on. Am I Christian? I believe in God and Jesus. But I don't like, I think it's the golden rule is do unto others as you wish done upon yourself. So if you follow that, then it's kind of following like how karma will treat you. But I'm not gonna do like a rule book of life. That's how I feel about it. A lot more deeper thoughts than that, but that's kind of like summarizing that. I've expressed how I feel a lot in here, and I'm not against talking about it, ever. But I don't want anyone telling anyone how to view life around here. We can just be open and discussion. Yeah, they won't be spamming anymore. What up, Churcher? What up, Cad? Are you in the whoop whoops? Yeah, I'm in the US, y'all. Yeah, but honestly, like not working a 9 to 5, I feel like sometimes I work even more. You all see me sitting here and you're like, yeah, okay, but the reality is I still have to like build my empire, you know? Um, so it's definitely, you do have to be very disciplined for sure. There's no way. There's no way. So when I sit out here and I'm not as disciplined, it's like a moment to chill because I feel like I don't sit some days. Like, so I enjoy that, and I'm obviously building my channel, you know. But you have to have discipline for sure. It depends on what you want from life and what you're looking for to feel comfortable in this living, you know. And that can be defined by many things. Some people like want bare minimum, or some people, well, bare minimum, you know, would be like what, owning a house, maybe land, a nice car. I don't know. Bare, that's not like, to me, I don't care about like a fancy car, you know. But in general, it's defined differently of like how much do you need to work to achieve XYZ, essentially. And that has a lot to do with like how people like spend their money. I'm not a financial advisor though. Yeah, I think my animals probably think I am a cartoon. I don't even have to speak sometimes with like the dogs and my parrot. I have a look with my parrot and it would just like sing. And same with the dogs. Like they pick up on like if I have like a change of anxiety. They could have literally been service dogs. But they do pick up on like change of like movement or what is happening. They hone in on things. I feel like we really are like cartoons to them. A fishy career plan. Is that a joke? It taught me to believe in myself. Still something that has to be done every day though. I think a lot of people aren't open for new skills, so that's where it gets kind of like weird. Because some people are like, nah, I'm okay with what I have, you know? Or you work so much that like you literally, this is it should just be your bread and butter. But you work so much that on your days off you really just want to chill, you know? And some days you can't on your days off because you have to catch up on all the things that were not happening when you were working, you know? Everyone lives that differently too. So then I feel like, is there any days off? Yeah, integrity is key. And money doesn't define a human. It defines how humans can act at times. But whether you have no money or a ton of money, there's still soul like work that needs to be done 100%. And that shows in like all the different things of like how even people that have money are still miserable, right? Meanwhile, a lot of people that are living for survival, essentially, maybe you're actually doing well, you're making good money, whatever, but you don't get to enjoy it because you're working all the time. Or maybe that's your drive and you're driven and you feel like you need to be working all the time, you know? But there can't be all work, no play, you know? A human doormat. Yeah. You know what? I think I accidentally read Aries' spiritual message this morning, and I think that literally had that verbiage in it. I'd have to go back and check, but that was like, wait a minute. And at first, I read the whole message, and then I was like, wait, because I saw the compatibility, which was Gemini, and I was like, that's not real. And I went back up to the app, and I saw that it was under Aries for the thing. Usually it opens right up to mine. And I was like, that's funny how I felt like the message didn't fit me. And then when I saw the compatibility sign for the day, I was like, oh yeah. No offense. But that's not true. I mean, that's not true. I just poke fun. And as mentioned, I'm a cuss. So I'm just poking fun. But a lot of people get jaded too because they do good things and then they get taken advantage of. Some people will continue to be givers. Like, they'll never, like, take a step back until, like, something happens, maybe. Because I like to learn from life lessons. And when I quit my 9 to 5, all of a sudden everyone in my world needed something from me. And I was like, whoa, 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 like, and I was like spreading myself thin, and a lot of things happened. So these stories are very embedded, but a lot of things happened during that time that it was like such a reality check for me that I was like, I have to give to myself right now because I have no option. Like, I chose, hold on, I'm getting a call. I chose to make this decision to be something more than like a hamster wheel experience of a life, you know. It's crazy, and the universe will predict you or put you in like predicaments of testure, or like a testament tester like a testament to see how you're gonna react to this. What up, Maddie Emo? Of course. Where we at with the whole cartoon? Okay, 23 votes, and literally cartoons winning. Not many Goffs. Did you vote for Goff, Maddie? And happy Monday. What up, music? Happy Monday. That is true. Why a lot of people are miserable doing the same thing. Yeah, because they're tired, you know? But it's all the definition of the grind, too. Like, what are you looking for in life as your definition of the grind? Like, are you just trying to do, I don't know, bare minimum? You just want to make sure your bills are paid. You don't care about savings. Or maybe you just want to make sure that your house is squared away, and you really just want to work less possible, or you want to work all the time and not enjoy life as much and feel like, because everyone's like on their own mission, you know, because there's a lot of practical minds that are like stuck in those routines. Like, it's life. So I don't know, to take that leap too is very like crazy as well. Like, and that's talking about my own personal experience. But I wouldn't change it for the world. There was a lot of crazy times and stuff, but I learned a lot of things of like, what do I want my life defined as? What do I consider happiness? What do I consider success? Am I happy with myself? Do I need to do this more? Do I need to do this less? You know? A lot of rewiring. What do you mean a confidence boost? I think like when you give others, like, yeah, you define like what you get from it, but I think expecting like anything that's like ego talking as well when it's just like natural. But I think I don't know if I'm like reading that differently, but I see it as like, you know, I've given back where others have given to me. Because we've all given to each other, and people have given to us, and whether you think of that as a monetary value or like knowledge value or skill set or experience or wisdom, that can definitely vary. And it gets messy with like money too, because people are on all kinds of different like tiers of where they're at in life, you know. And I don't want to say like money of like who has more money, but that's pretty much where I'm getting at. Like, it's like different tiers of that. But people, I've known people that have like next to nothing and be miserable. And then I've seen people that have next to nothing that are thrilled about every day. And they're just like, they're happy about different things that people aren't even acknowledging because they're on the grind of life too. It's crazy. So there's a lot of people that go and say, for instance, you go to school, you get a degree and do all these things and pay all these school loans, debts, whatever. And then you don't even get a job in that degree. Or, you know, I've met a lot of people that have done that, like where you go and spend all the time in that and then you still don't even think that's what you want to do. Or, I don't know, there's different motives there. What is happening there? That's how I feel about it too. But there are extreme givers. Then most of the time, those are the ones that aren't given as much in return. But the littlest thing is like the biggest gift to them, you know? And those people should be valued more as well, because I feel like I'm one of those people too. Like, I've spent a lot of time with the wrong people in my life and definitely was pouring from the most emptiest, holiest cup ever. And they didn't give two F's about if I was ever on the side of the road or not, you know? So there's a lot of things you definitely have to learn. Doesn't mean you need to become a bad person because people didn't appreciate you. But it does make you wiser if you allow it to, because otherwise you become that human doormat. So I see both sides. I like to see different perspectives, you know, because I'm always learning too. I'm like, wait a minute, I done seen this before. Like when I quit my hamster job, I literally had two very similar situations, like neck and neck to each other. And I knew it was the universe presenting me with a crazy lesson. And it's all about how you handle it too. But people definitely are aware of givers. Some people are like in the middle. They give, but they know if they can't give, they don't, you know? And anytime you, like, first off, you give anything, expect no return. Like, you shouldn't expect anything in return. And if you get something, that's a blessing. But don't expect anything in return. Like, whether it be ego, a gift back, say you give money to someone, expect it gone, you know? Like, you just have to, like, view things. You have to be a realist about it. And it's funny that I say that because I love to be in, like, my magical little world of stuff, hoping that humans are just nice to each other. But I'm also a realist. Like, that's very much my Taurus side. But I've had a lot of experiences that have cracked that a little bit of, like, okay, don't be so hard about a lot of these things because you still want change in the world. And how will it happen if you don't input yourself into these changes, you know? Another reason why I want to start YouTube. I'm not saying I'll be the change in the world, but I would like to put good out to the world, you know, change people's mindset a little bit while changing my own, because I'm not too good to learn things, and I learn things on here all the time, like, quite literally. And don't ask me why, because it's going to take me a minute to think about it, but if I had to write it out, there would be a lot, really. Good, and of course, with good, there's always a little bit of, you know, so, anyways. I had a comment on that. Hold on. Hit curveball. Wait, what? What are you talking about, man? Are you drunk? Am I what? It's okay, Eminem. Enjoy your time away for the rest of your day until you go to work, and I hope you have a great day at work. There's still earth angel work to be done, you know, especially when you go to work. You never know who you may meet, talk to, engage with, have a moment with, change your perspective with. But have a good day. Thanks for stopping in. Oh, good Lord. I thought that was going to get worse, but I think even if your pot is empty and you're still doing things in the intent of good, your pot will still be filled. And that's a universal thing in my heart and soul of what I believe, that like nothing goes unseen. You know, even when I changed my life around and I felt like I really got taken advantage of, like, by some core people in my world, I literally, like, was like, wow, what is this, like, life lesson that's happening here? But, I mean, it definitely came back in a brighter world for me in ways that I never had imagined, because sometimes when those things happen in life, too, once again, it's all about how you react and handle them with how the next step goes. I do feel like that is like what you give is what you get. So to be mindful of that as we tread along in our journey, because I do believe in karma. Oh, the fishy. I forgot that I said cleaning fish tanks. I didn't do it a lot, but it was a little side hustle, and wow, I'm so behind. Wow. How am I that far behind? That's crazy. Maddie. You're like, yeah, I hate when that happens. Oh, the honey pot. Ew. Wow, you partake. I'm late to the chat, so anyone that's actually, like, you know, having conversations with me, which I'm actually seeing a lot of good things happening this morning. It's not like troll effects, so I'm down for it. I'm just behind in the chat, so I apologize. That's a long work week. And you have land, so you take care of animals too. Do you work for someone or for yourself? Thanks for coming in. I'm so behind, so I'm saying bye again. Thanks for sharing that, partake. It is all about balance. Nothing goes unseen, though. If you're being a good human, it won't go unacknowledged. Yeah. Money comes and it goes. Definitely. But, I mean, even when I was working like a 9 to 5, I was spending money on stupid shit. Like, stupid. I'm so much wiser. So much wiser. I still have my moments, y'all. But for the most part, I'm so much better. So much better. Like, you couldn't not catch me in a craft store, like, every weekend. Like, I was going to one or multiple craft stores for, like, endless crafts. Endless. Knowing I had no time. Or I was fishing. Just, like, nonstop. So then, if you've been fishing, like, real out there fishing for, like, hours from, like, sunrise to the end of days, which I was doing when I was working 9 to 5s, you're so drained. And then if it's like summer and it's super hot and you're getting like torn up by the sun too, you're even more drained. And then I would go back to work. So like, I don't have the feel of like what it is to work that. I just like have changed a lot of things in my life where I don't want to do that. I don't know what the future holds, and I'm never against like good business endeavors, but I just want to figure it out myself. I don't want someone to tell me what I should be doing with my life. Like, it's my life. And if I'm being a good human, I'm doing good things, then let me live it, you know? And it's like, if I'm not, like, affecting your life by me doing my life, then whatever, you know? It's crazy. Because I feel like people are always like, you need to have this job, you need to make this much money, you need to work all the time. Especially older generations, they think like this. Like some of them get a job when they come in. I'm like, you're a moron, because this is potentially like, I don't want to call it a job because then I'll never show up. But this can be a form of system of like where we're at in the world, you know? So I'm building my channel. This is also my outlet. I love it. This is where my peeps come, you know? So I love that, like, everyone has different definitions of like how hard you should work and what you should work for, you know? Build houses, that's cool. You build houses and you like money? How long you been building houses? Like actual houses or like tiny homes? I'm assuming not. If you would have said tiny homes, you would have said tiny homes. Let me catch up. Wow. A paid off property. Those are things that are like a blessing. A lot of people are like, yeah, whatever, you know, or have no desire, maybe rent their whole life. Who knows? Like, each is their own. But that's a blessing for sure. What up, Tom? I don't know how far I am behind in the chat. I don't know if you flew in and flew out. But howdy. You come to twinkle your toes in here. Yeah, you're free partake. That's a good feeling to have. Truly. How have they figured that out, Rim? Did you see it on like Animal Planet? Wow, that's crazy, partake. Is it well water? Yeah, isn't that great news, Maddie? My grandpa built houses, and I remember I didn't learn that until like less than 10 years ago. And I told my mom, I was like, why didn't you tell me? I thought the man just built like really like super cool doll houses. Like, he was so detailed. Like you can see him at Hobby Lobby. They sell little doll pieces for doll houses for people that are collectors and makers, whatever. And his were just like impeccable. It's like kind of crazy, like, that he built all those, like handcrafted them, painted them, like made them like so beautiful. And I remember that as a kid, being a Barbie girl, of course. And I remember I learned from my cousin, like, they all looked at me like I was crazy. Like, I had a great uncle and aunt there too, and they were like, you didn't know he built his own house? And I was like, no. And then I asked my dad about it. And my dad was like, duh, you know? And I was like, oh my gosh. So then I asked my mom, you know, her dad, and she's like, yeah, he did. Like, she like brushed it off. I was like, you're ungrateful. Ungrateful. Like, I was like, that's crazy. I couldn't even believe it. I wasn't shocked, but that's like a whole nother level of craft. Like, I'm thinking it's just like dollhouse land, you know? He's building homes. It's a lot of work. Especially back in the day. Yeah, only 25 too. That's crazy. Yeah, but you defined how much money is like enough to live the life you want to live, you know? I think everyone want to be rich, you know, but I don't think that people would do it in the right ways. And I also think that you can get like a rich feeling from other things in life, like things that money can't buy, essentially. Money helps, for sure, especially in the world that we live in, but it doesn't buy happiness, and we know that. We should know that, but I feel like a lot of people think that it can happen. Maddie. I'm so done. Yeah, they get more creative. They're like, ain't nothing gonna stop me from eating this toad. We hear them croak all the time. Take them out, boys. And that's what happened. They're like, we're gonna get crafty with this. I don't think I've ever seen cane toads. For Food Lion? Is that why you still shop there? That's hilarious. Yeah, and you were miserable, right? You're like, I need more. And that's where, like, the universe, I think, pushes you for growth, too. Yeah, they still haven't figured out not to eat your peaches, Tom. What is it? Oh, it's not peaches. Is it peaches in the Joker? No. You didn't see that, but I was like, you heard that? No, I can't remember the lyrics right now. Shake the trees. Hold on. No, you can find the good deals, Maddie. Come on, I'm a birder. Just ask me. Duh. Come on now. You have to find the deals, though. If not, it is a lot. And you really have to, like, prepare for, like, rats that you don't want. There's a whole thing with it. So, but you have to look for the good deals. And most of the birds don't care. But I know with, like, the more dusties, like, I've gotten them from a couple, like, little smaller places. And one time mine had bugs in it. I was like, oh my gosh, of course they eat bugs. But still, I was like, I didn't pay for bugs. Like, what the heck? Hold on. I didn't sign up for no bugs. Yeah, the tree rats are no joke. What up, Paul? Yeah, Rem, that's exactly what a hamster job is. And they were blessed? I cannot. And what were the reactions, Tom? You know you're going to hear something real good that will stay with you? From me or the chat? Or today? Yeah, you're going to get some rain. What up, me? What up, Trocent? What up? This question? This question is like, okay, if life was lived in like a theme, you know, like maybe an arcade video game theme or retro hippie. I should have added retro hippie in there because I also would like to do that one. But if everyone dressed in these themes. Did you go to Walmart? What up, Wrangley? 4 moose? And you caught the trout? Oh, Jesse told you already. Good job, Jesse. What do you mean? Though there's another Tommy. What you're talking about buying the tree rats tacos and mangoes? Oh, for me? Oh, I'm caught up. Thanks, Paul. That's nice. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, no pressure, right? Yeah, were you fly fishing? Yeah, Paul. Oh my gosh, Tom. I'm not pinning that one. I can't believe you asked your niece that. Gobble giggles. How old are you? Well, Tom, you have 0 timeouts. I think Bama's at like 10 or something. I don't know. I don't think... Did he come in the chat? Was he here for a second? Maybe he was like here as the Holy Spirit, and that's what I'm remembering. Or was he here for a second? Oh, he was. I was like, I felt like he was here for a second. He got 64 deleted messages and 7 timeouts. Crazy. Is it crazy or is it crazy? No, I'm not pinning it. You're gonna make a shirt with some Tylenol on it? That's hilarious. You're on your own. Have you ever live before, Tom? Where's Fraggle been? Fraggle? You've been summoned. I done said happy birthday and everything, Fraggle. And you ain't been back. Your mom probably put you to work. Look at them. They look so cute. Fraggle? You out there? Yeah, Rhodey likes to raise awareness for raisins. They would ban you. What up, Archas? Oh, you can go screw yourself. No, there's no timeout for that. You're a menace because you went around the block words to like try to be like creative when clearly you have a peanut brain. What, in your neighborhood, Tom? Yeah, a little snitch. Them tree rats be crazy. You know, all the fees that we pay here, they like invest in the stupid stuff for the HOA. They should really be investing into the tree rat problem here too. It gets crazy. I've learned like a little system, especially being a birder out here. I put out what I know will be eaten by the end of the day so I don't create more of an issue, you know, or bring them here. Well, we still, of course, get them. Like, they run and do their thing. And two of the morons over here have fruit trees. Go figure. And they let it rot and rot and rot. Thankfully, one of them, during the winter, they cut it down. They cut most of it down, but there's still a fruit tree over there. It's annoying. I think the other neighbor's a little bit better at cleaning it up, which is nice, but they should be investing into that. But you know what's really funny? The little nosy neighbor, I call him Mr. Nosy, created so many issues throughout the years. He always has rat services at his house. Telling, right? They show up, they have, hold on. They show up and I'm like, oh, what you got going on over there? Well, I think maybe you're the real moron with, like, no brain cells. Or maybe you can't, like, officially read, so I'm just gonna not waste my energy on trolls. I'm gonna shut myself there. Shut it down there. Because that's what you want. You're so miserable in your own world that you think coming in here and trolling me is gonna affect any of my day. But you really should be told how it is. But I'm better than that. Because I'll just hide you and you'll never speak again. And that's better for me. Clearly. I don't need to convince anyone of what I am, so. At all. It's crazy. Because I read right through it, and it's just misery. And back to that, hold on. Let me go in here real quick. Sad. Okay. Ridiculous, but over 100? That's crazy. For squirrels, though? That's crazy. Maybe a tree rat, but that's crazy. Trosan, I forgot, I have to ask again. What was your age in astrology? Oh, I don't know why. Let me set this here. You have an HOA, Tom? Oh, I don't know what words, but... And I think sometimes we naturally say things because the divine pushes us to, like, say things. And, you know, sometimes people will be like, that's what I was thinking. Or, I thought about that recently. Or, like, so-and-so used to say that to me, you know. And those are no coincidences. I think the divine pushes us to do these things at times, if not all the time. And we write it off as humans if it's a coincidence or not. You know? I'm gonna actually put my lunch in the oven in a second. No, your age and horoscope sign, astrology. I don't need to know that if you tell us, I guess, but I always think that's kind of weird too, because it's like, why are we like labeling ourselves? in that way, you know, there's so many other things that we could, like, say that we are, you know? I'm like, no. And cocktail hour, what you mean? That's right, Paul. What up, Nina? Oh, look who's back. Troublemaker. Your ears are burning, Bama, because I said you're at 7 timeouts and 64 deleted messages. Crazy. I wonder where James is at. James been getting the timeout. He got a timeout this morning. Jesse's like, I'll be out there during cocktail hour. Oh, they would lose it if I just walked outside with a BB pew pew, you know? They would literally lose it. They'd be like, she's got a shotty. I already know it. They would lose it. I just think it's funny when I walk around with the machete out here too for yard work. So funny. Literally, I'm a pretty superwoman with the machete. I'm not even kidding. We literally would chop down trees for fun in the country for firewood. So machete is like amazing. We had different tools and stuff. It depends. I remember one time we ended up trying to a rope around a tree onto a truck to pull it. Crazy stuff. Offer some firewood. You know, I read your horoscope today on accident, Trocent. That's funny. Okay, just double checking. I don't know why this needs to be asked like a zillion times, dude. I did answer that originally, and now you're just like bombarding. The mods begin the timeouts. It's more of a playful thing or a realignment, depending on what's happening. It's usually nothing like aggressive. And I don't really do timeouts for the trolls. They just get straight up hidden. Some people say some stuff and it just goes in as a message count and let it keep rolling and stuff. But I don't really be doing the timeouts like that, except playfully. Like, you need a timeout. Some of them be asking for a timeout. Ask them. Ask them. They'll tell you. Throwback top shelf. That's where they're getting that liquid courage out there. Bada bing, bada boom. Is there breaking news on TV? What's going on, Paul? I don't watch TV. I used to honestly really love watching the news, y'all. I was a CNN lover. I love reading about the news and how the world is so bad and we can't do anything about it, and pollute my brain with it and go to worries and then worry about my own life and then read some more worries about the world. I was like, enough's enough. Who's Starmer? What? I'm gonna remove that. What? That's crazy. What did it say? It was honestly, someone said in here earlier that made me think about that. I read it. Eminem had said earlier that humans can be used as a human doormat, and to essentially be mindful of that and not allow people to. I just knew, I didn't feel like it was mine when I was reading it. I was like, even though I talked about that today, I was like, oh, no. I think I'm doing okay right now, you know. But I thought for a second it was related to something else. But then I was like, I don't feel like this is mine. And then I laughed earlier because I saw the compatibility sign for Aries, which I thought I was still reading my sign. And I was like, oh, this isn't me. And I ended up looking at the sign. I was like, oh, it's not. But it was talking about essentially not being a human doormat. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I'll like skim through it. But I gotta change the sign back so I'm not reading it again tomorrow. Because on this app, if you change the sign, it keeps that sign up. It's really good at remembering, besides like another app that I use, like you do click the sign. Being kind is wonderful, but becoming a human doormat, absolutely not. And then it says, being mindful of like bending backwards before your back needs a public like apology, essentially. It was interesting because I was like, that I don't feel like that's like suiting for me right now. But sometimes with the like astrology, horoscope, people call it different things. It could be in that moment, or it could be a couple days from now. That's where a lot of people are like, it's not real if it's not right now. And I'm like, relax. That's not how life works anyways. Like, but, hold on. There was another message. Kind of what I was saying. So I guess subconsciously it's on my mind. But it was talking about like teaching people how to treat you as well, and have people pull their own weight and you not pull all the weight of everyone else. Does that make sense? Maybe I read it so I could tell the Aries today. I thought it was interesting. It's so cute. A couple of the mods are kind of wild or like totally wild. Don't be doing no, wilds in here. Yeah, Bama, you do. You are a wild child. Oh, you know it. Yeah, with the BB. If I walked outside with a BB, pew pew. Yeah, Tom, but I don't know. I've known you for a little while, and energy doesn't lie for me. Even if there's a hiccup in the road, like, I know there's a good character in there. I mean, you get the shades of people with how you treat them too, and sometimes we get humbled too in situations of like, I should have acted better, or I could treat someone nicer because I was having a bad day, or everyone could be a little jerk faced, that's for sure. But most of the time it's because you've been backed in a corner, or somebody's trying to test you and get under your skin, and it's all about the reaction. And some people rather just shoot fire than walk away. And at times I resonate with both. But being an empath, I like to have more harmony than not. But don't get it twisted. How he doesn't deserve a timeout? Are you asking for one, Tommy Pickles? Excuse me. He straight up asked for him. What do you got to say about that, Tom? Mama straight asked for the timeouts. All 7 of those. Well, actually, I think yesterday I did a couple that he didn't ask for, but he was going to ask for them. He was going to ask anyways. He'll straight up admit it. He just did earlier. I just read it. He was like, I need one, Nina. Oh, exactly. I'm glad I read the next comment. Exactly. Oh my God, but ew, Bama. What? I was hoping you were just like, yeah, I enjoy the timeouts. I learned stuff in there. No. You about to get another one. Oh my God, no. This ain't no Eminem soundtrack, y'all. Gross. Or Disturbed. Because this is disturbing. Oh, good Lord. I'll pray for y'all. I'll pray for y'all. 50 shades or more. You're at more, man. You're at 65. You better hope there ain't a tap out on being a mod. Can you imagine? I bet he would tighten up, y'all. If you got 100 deleted messages and 10 timeouts, you can't be a mod no more. Oh, watch it change around real quick. It'll be like literally Jekyll and Hyde in here. Oh, he would probably write letters to YouTube. I'm deserving of being a mod. I get a little crazy sometimes, and the timeouts help me because I get some time to myself and I get to realign and reorganize. Please allow me to be a mod again, YouTube. Can you imagine? Because I'm imagining. He's going to say that exactly. I'm 50 shades of effed up. You're afraid of butterflies? Oh my gosh. As I'm like, hey! This was like, James said he was scared of gnomes, and I was painting gnomes. Why are you scared of butterflies? Was that a joke? Would you do a butterfly healing? It's not the silver rule, it's the golden rule. Don't call it the silver rule, Jesse. And for a second I thought you were Bama, and I was like, there's no way Bama is saying this. I'm done. Everyone has fears of something. That would be a good question to ask. What is your biggest fear? But I don't want people to be sad in here. But it's okay to talk about things. But, you know, sometimes people don't want to go into the depths of, like, conversations that are emotional or in-depth. What? What the hell is happening in here? Yeah, he just want to get beat up. That's crazy talk. See? That's exactly what I was saying. He out here looking for a timeout, y'all. He needs to have a shirt. Time me out. What is it? Full House. Cut it out. But he's like, time me out. And then on the back it says 10 seconds. Gives me 10 seconds of peace. 1 minute. It makes me think about what I've done, but I still haven't learned sheet yet. What is the next one? Well, how many? You do the whole timeout. Each one means a different thing. I don't think he can handle more. I told you when he started asking, he used to ask for timeouts back in the day. Bama's my first person, y'all. Literally my first person, my first mod. And he used to ask me for timeouts back in the day, and I'm like, man, boy, you need one. You know what? Yeah, actually. So it became like a playful thing around here. But some people got butthurt about timeouts, yo. That's a whole nother story for another thing. But they're not crazy. Like, if we're doing like 10, 20 minutes a whole day and stuff, that's insane, you know? Like, let someone, like, you just need a reset, you know? Or it's a joke. So, but he's been asking for timeouts since the rip. So go ahead, Bama. Tell me what the back of the shirt says. 10 seconds mean this. 1 minute means this. What's the next one? 3 minutes, 10 minutes. Bama, have you? I'm sure you have. What am I even asking? Have you ever been timed out, like, for a whole day on someone's channel? Was it a joke or probably not? You were probably in there cussing them out. Lollipop? Who's the lollipop? Bless your heart. That one should be pinned. Where's Sri Lanka? Yeah, if that was the modding case, it wouldn't work. You're like, yeah, I would never be a mod again. What the hell, Bama? It's getting worse as I go along. And what is this person saying? This ain't no Britney Spears. Am I toxic? How about you insert the music right here? Someone cue the music. Britney Spears toxic, but not actually. That's like cringe. Rewind. I'm like, what is this person saying? We were talking about moths this morning. Were you in that conversation, Tom, or you just came in? Yeah, I don't like to do no like spooky hay rides, none of that. I ain't trying to do no haunted house. Like I'm the type that I will punch you, and like I just learned at a young age. I went to a few of them and definitely almost like punched a couple people, and I'm like, I shouldn't be going to things like this. So I'm like, this isn't for me. But that's where I also started to learn that I'm not really into Halloween like that. I'm gonna go pay to get scared. There's places all over the world that I could probably go, you know? So it's no thanks. No thanks. Who's getting timed out? No, you're just hidden forever. And that's why you're also so tough, Tom. But that's also right there in the next sentence, how you're a big old teddy bear. Oh my gosh, Bama, you're starting to sound weird. Like, you're like, I'll be a good boy. Like, you sound like the people that get hidden all the time. What am I reading? Oh my gosh, you want a 5-minute timeout? Oh my gosh. What about 24-hour? Could you handle it? What about he's so quick with it. He gets all worked up over there, and it takes him a whole 10 seconds to a minute anyways to digest. And then he's done gone through his timeout like it never happened. What up, Peter? Welcome. This is a chiller chat today, though. I feel like I'm actually able to like vibe out with the people and not the shenanigans. Wait, what? That's crazy. Did you need stitches? What's going on, Peter? You just found us scrolling? That's crazy, Tom. I'm sure you've seen some wild stuff on your journey of life as well, like even being in the Marines. I'm wrong for that? I cannot. You just begged for that. You said 5 minutes. Are you upset you didn't get 5 minutes? This is his like, oh yeah, let me get a lunch break. This is essentially what it is. I'm like, you can go on and get hippity hoppity. Everyone always nourish your soul while you're here. Maybe drink a cup of coffee with me, eat some snacks, have your lunch. But please always fill your own cup while you're here with me. That's part of my journey as well. Maybe that'd be a sign that I make somewhere, you know. But I would like that people feel like they get a little recharge here, you know. I don't want anyone to ever feel drained. If we have to iron things out sometimes, you know, maybe we're drained for a second. And when the chats are crazy sometimes, I know that can be draining. But overall, I would like everyone to feel like they gotta pick me up here, you know. That's the important part. I think you probably still, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you may still have that fear. You're like the giver. I'm gonna call you that. Actually, I'm not gonna call you that, but you are. Wait, you were saying which timeouts mean what? Oh, okay. Oh, when I gave you the timeout? Sorry. I thought I was really behind in the chat. Well, how does it feel? I'm gonna stand up for James. James had his whole freaking countdown. He was almost at the end, counting from like 3,000, yo. And you done timed him out after I told you not to time him out. And you were like, what does this guy do in Sesame Street 1, 2, 3 sheet? And you timed him out. Go ahead, tell us about what the back of the shirt said for your timeouts. I won't time you out for a second. You're automatically right. Wow. That happy wife, happy life over here, right? I cannot. Don't be bagging that up. Excuse me? Not even. I'm an angel, y'all. You see my halo? You see it? He don't deserve it. What are you talking about? James be adding his own sparkle to this chat. Stop playing. Stop playing. He really does. That's why I made him a mod too, because I was like, ain't nobody gonna take away from James's sparkle. Until proven that people aren't like whack jobs and like doing way off the wall things, I'm gonna let people be naturally them. Just do whatever makes you happy. Like, look at you. You getting timed out like every 5 minutes now. You got the Guinness record over here. And you know James be making you laugh. And you know, honestly, his little AI videos, he on to something. He needs to just keep posting them. Kudos to him. Everybody go check out James's AI videos. I know you do. You what the hell? Yeah, you be throwing things out trying to confuse me. But you know what? We have each other's back when necessary, and that's something that is appreciated. I let Bama be doing him too. People don't always like get along with Bama either. But I appreciate my people that come in, and y'all just, if you get along with him or don't, like I think everyone for the most part does here, but I mean, I let people be who they are. We all got things in common. We all have differences. He just happens to need a timeout more than others, you know? He's probably gonna hold down the world title for, this looks cool, the Guinness record for timeouts, but also getting the most timeouts, because I don't give timeouts in here like that anymore. I used to, and then I realized people just come back with the same nonsense again and again and again. And as I'm building myself on YouTube, of course you want views and engagement and stuff, but I don't want all that. Like, I prefer less. I don't want that type of engagement. I prefer to find like a big group of people that really gets along, you know, equivalent to a lot of the nonsense I see in here. And humans will be humans. Like, I mean, earlier, a couple of the boys weren't seeing eye to eye on a couple of things, but I still think that things can be learned in those moments. Like, as long as nobody's getting all crazy and, like, you're wrong and you're dumb and you're POS and all that kind of stuff. Like, we can get through conversations, y'all. We're all adults, you know? You know what I mean? You know what I mean, jelly beans. Who got the Harry Potter jelly beans? They even make them anymore? I don't know. Tom's like, I am responsible. He is responsible, and then at the same time, I know he's laughing at himself. Like, he's like, I'm responsible to get those tree rats out. And talk trash to his coworkers. Wait, I'm going into the chat and saying that, Tom? Measuring everyone up? Yeah. I try not to do that, though. I mean, like I said, I've been tall, like, my whole life, so you get used to that. And I don't think less than of people that are short. Maybe I can help you, you know? I said before, when I worked at Starbucks, there was this girl, she was like 4'9" or something. She was so short. But I loved working with her. She was such a great person to work with. And, you know, when we would be stocking, I would catch her in the back climbing the shelves. And I'm like, yo, ask me. Like, I could literally just reach that. Like, I'd rather that than come back here in the shelves. Like, you know, I'm like, please, just ask me. But she was such a little go-getter. Like, there's so many people that, even if they're not taller, they still get stuff done. Like, they don't use that to, like, a disadvantage. Like, honestly. But I love my little shorties. A lot of, like, my upbringing, if I look at my, like, old childhood photos and stuff, I'm usually way taller than everyone. So, or people are like holding on to me like little monkeys because they're like this tall on me. So I've just kind of been used to that my whole life. It's whatever. That's fine. That's fine, you know? Like I said, it was pretty brutal growing up because I'd get called like some pretty awful names. But then you get older and then people are like, oh my gosh, you should be a model. And then I'm like, oh, I'm not ugly anymore, you know? It's kind of funny. It's like the ugly swan that like turns into... Wait, the ugly duckling turns into a swan? I was like, wait, how does that go? Stick together, fellas. Oh, look at him. See, look, he want another timeout. What up, Waking? Tom's sitting over there trying to get timeouts with you. You ain't corrupting him. He's willing. He's like, yeah, I've been doing this alone for a year or so now because y'all sprinkled yourself in and Bama went away for a little while and then came back because he knew better. Come on now. He came back and he knew what time it was, and then Tom's over here getting timeouts and deleting messages by himself. And now y'all a little buddy system. You're like little twins. You're Jekyll and Hyde. Oh, that's what you're talking about. I went on a whole little rant. I forgot they said that. I was like, what? I think I hid them. I was like, no. I try to like plunge that from my brain as soon as it happens and move on to better things. Because I'm like, what? Who engages with that? What up, Neil? What up, Jen? No, I just breathe air. And see, this went real fast. This went the other way real fast. There's a way you could ask that. So we'll let it ride for a second, but I'm sure it won't be long. Yeah, Bama likes the chaos. He's like, hear me roar. What do you mean with bullying? What bullying, Jesse? Enjoying your day off? Are you off today and tomorrow or just today? What are you going to do? You got to pour a lot into it. So if you're going to dive all in there, I would never tell anyone not to do that. But I would probably like do something, grow something on the side. Because it's a lot. And I've been through the waves of YouTube, to be honest. Sometimes you are like, does it ever like pay off, you know? In a financial way, because I think it pays off in many other ways. But if you're looking at a financial way entirely, would I suggest it? Probably not. I'm gonna be honest. And I would never knock anyone's dreams down. You can even use that as motivation to do it. But there's a lot that pours into it that people that don't pour into it, if you're just a chatter, it's a way different experience. Way different. So I'm just gonna say that. For sure. I was hoping, you know, and at times things take off, but it's a never-ending numbers game, and you have to accept that. Otherwise, it's, I don't know. It's definitely an experience. You have to accept that because it's never going to be enough there. And sometimes it takes off for people a lot faster than others. Everyone's story is different. So, like I said, I would never discourage anyone to do so, but you need to be, like, realistic about our approach of it, for sure. You could do it on the side, naturally. Like, I wish that I was doing that on the side when I work from home. I wish I was doing that already. But I don't think I would have been living. It would have been, like, videos or something, but there's a lot more than what meets the eye of it. For sure. Six days a week. Holy smokes. How old are you, Neil? And what's your astrology sign? And how old are you, Jen? What's your astrology sign? Yeah, remember that you got scolded at, and that if you do it again, you'll get scolded at even more. He's that a learning approach. He doesn't have a soft learning approach. He tells you exactly how you're an idiot and how effing dumb that was and that it could have been done effing better. He's dropping a lot of creative words in there. And you may come back. I mean, I learned how to drive stick shift by being yelled at. I don't know how it worked, but that's how I learned. I literally learned how to drive stick shift, and I learned in 30 minutes. I was actually very impressed, even with like fear and like anxiety. But I had to learn overnight because one of my cars went down. And I swapped everything over tire-wise and rim-wise to my other car because I had two of the same cars. But I hadn't learned how to drive stick. And I was thankful I got that other car, but I got it from a junkyard. And nothing was wrong with it. It ran and everything. So I was going to originally use it for parts. But when my car went down, I was like, I need a car. So I moved all the stuff over. And then I got taught how to drive stick. But I learned by being yelled at. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's that fear. Fear of messing up. Fear of being dumb. I don't think that's the best approach, but it can work. It can work. I think there's better approaches that can be done. It's about delivery for sure. And I'm a little sensitive at times, but I didn't cry during that. I'm actually shocked I didn't cry because it was pretty brutal. But I learned. And then the next day I had to learn to go to work. I remember I stalled out a couple times and somebody stopped me. This is how I know angels are real too. Someone stopped at the light. The light was going for them, and they took the time of day to stop. And I had my window down. It didn't have AC. I had my window down, and they stopped, and they were like this. And I'm like, I want to talk to you. I just stalled out, you know? Like, no, I need to, like, get it back together and muscle memory here, you know? And they're like, don't worry, you're doing great. Don't give up. And I was like, you're right. Thank you. You know, like, I was like, I appreciate that. Like, it was actually really sweet. And by the way, at night in that car, the stick shift car, I didn't have lights on the dashboard, so I couldn't see the RPMs. So I had to learn how to do it by sound on how to switch gears. I learned it a really interesting way with manual. It taught me a lot of valuable things when it comes to an engine too. But I had to learn by learning sound of revving. And if you've driven stick before, it's a no-brainer. But when you're learning, it's not. Like, you're still learning how to do all the things. For sure. It's funny. Anyways. Right. And I think it depends on, like, personal feelings too, because no one wants to be talked down to. For sure. But just because you have knowledge of something doesn't make someone else, like, less than. They could be willing to learn, and you may be the teacher. Because I think in life, you're the teacher, you're the lesson learner, you're both. Like, and there's a way to deliver things where people can learn some really valuable stuff from you with a better delivery. Goes a long way as well. Because, I mean, I still learned how to drive stick, but that delivery wasn't what I needed. But I understand sometimes that's how people communicate, because they're thinking, like, why don't you just get it? Meanwhile, they forget that they didn't get it at one point too, you know? You never become a master without being a beginner first. And you have to be willing to mess up. And a lot of people don't like to mess up, myself included. But there can be, like Bob Ross, happy tree accidents for messing up, you know? If you're willing to see it that way. Yeah, it made it manual. Yeah, it's definitely better for manual. Like, if you have transmission issues, you can just change the clutch, equivalent to, like, an actual, like, automatic transmission is a lot more work, and some mechanics will charge you an arm and a leg to even do that, equivalent to switching it. It just depends on the car. I ended up switching my car to manual though. Like, I stopped driving the one that taught me how to drive manual, and I ended up junking it after I took all the parts off, believe it or not. And then I changed over my car to manual, and the person hooked me up for, like, a really good price of it, but they were very adamant on telling me that they could have charged me more. And I hate when people do that. Like, I'm like, then you should have just told me, you know? I hate when they're just like, they want the credit. And they honestly were charging me quite a bit. So it's like, you're not really doing me a solid. The fan is, like, literally still tickling my face. You're 46, blonde hair, blue eyes. Are we on a dating site now? I'm gonna put my stuff in the oven. Yeah, I think it depends on workspace too, though. Some people in a workspace really can operate on the same wavelength. Some places do, like, personality tests. Sometimes it's a natural personality test, and the same people on the same energy wavelength, for the most part, work together and just manage to get things done. I mean, in Tom's, like, scenery, he's dealing with a bunch of, like, they think they know it all, their attitudes, you know, and then be screwing things up and then can't take criticism. So I can see where that can become, like, frustrating, and some of those people need to be spoken to like a child, and or enjoy that, because maybe that's how they're learning through Teddy Bear Tom, you know? Teddy Bear Tom with, like, a Chucky attitude, you know? Just kidding. I'm gonna put my food in. Hold on. I'm back for a second. Let me put my timer on. I cannot be playing around with my timer. So 10. Okay. I started my veggies for dinner as well. I was like, might as well do that too. I'm warming up my lunch in the oven too. And then I'll take a break. I may return in a little while, but I'll wait until the timer's done. What's for lunch? Bratwurst. Super stoked, honestly. I have these little onion. I put them in my green bean casserole. You know those little French onion toppers or whatever they put in the green bean casserole? Yeah. Well, yesterday I put those on top. I made like a French bread type sandwich. Super stoked about that. Probably do a smoothie. And then I had some chips in there. So I was like, all right, but chips isn't where it's gonna end. I'm like, I need all the food. So I'm thinking I ran out of the little chocolate Oreo truffles, and by ran out, I ate them all. So I've been debating what kind of sweet treat am I gonna make? Brownies, cookies, Cheez-Its that aren't sweet treats, but I think I want to make some Cheez-Its at some point. We'll see. I did dehydrate some tomatoes last week. Oh my gosh, they're so good. They're almost gone. I've been having salad the last few days too with my dinner. And the sun-dried tomatoes are the best. I know they be doing something in the stores because the ones that aren't store-bought and you sun-dry them, like the ones I've been growing, just taste so good. So good. And I'm not a big tomato person. Oh my gosh, Bama. You don't always get what you ask for. How about them apples? How about that? Everyone having a good Monday? Anyways, I got some fish braid. Fishing line, not braid. I think I'm gonna do kind of a similar thing that I did last time. I'm excited for lunch. I will say that. Dang it. It's so hot outside though, I don't even know how I'm out here. the fan, I'm always thankful for. I need to do some more stuff in the office. Anybody out there? Hooty hooty hoo! Where are you? What the heck? We are all just butterflies. Free-spirited SOB. No, I'm just kidding. We are all butterflies in our own way, you know? Alright, I'm gonna throw my bread in the oven real quick because my timer is about to go off. I'm gonna throw my bread in the oven. See where it's at. Alright, that's enough time. Anybody out there? I'm like, is that my cue? Lunch break. Fights! I guess that's my cue. It's okay. Take a break. Charge my phone. Do a couple things around here. The list that never ends. That's okay. You gotta be disciplined, right? Yeah. Who's out here? Are y'all messing with me or the chat messed up? The chat. Did the chat mess up? Drop, I don't do the party hats. They traumatize me. Drop an emoji. Send a little emoji if you're chatting with me right now. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, not a party hat. Oh my gosh. Oh, I don't know if that's the chat. I literally, the last thing I see over here, y'all, if the chat is messed up and you're just not like making me talk to myself, the last thing I see is What's for Lunch by Jen. Let me try. Because the other day when I did this and I tried to reset the chat, it closed the chat. Oh no. Okay. Oh, there was quite a few things said. Oh no. That's so messed up that YouTube does that. Like, why is it? They need to fix that. It's better than the other day, though. The other day, it was like literally like, I'm the only one. Because, like, it was just my fish tank. No chat, no nothing, no welcome message. Nothing. Oh my gosh, and Bama's sitting here saying the off the wall sheets. I cannot. I'm done. That's the fastest way to remove all the things that he already went in and said. I gotta get that. Oh, and then he defended me. Oh, thanks, Bama. I don't even know what he said. I didn't even see it. I'm like, who? I'm like, I didn't even see that. I still don't see it. Yeah, you're gonna write a whole paper today in the channel? Oh, I know you serious. What's your best asset as a mod? Please tell me you answered that. What up, Paul? Welcome back. Oh, you're here too, Jesse. Can you choose all 4 random? Yeah, you can. I'm down with that. Would you choose the retro hippie one? Wait, what one? Cartoon. Of course, everybody want to be in a cartoon. Oh, I gotta get my bread out. Cannot be playing. All right. I'll do a couple more minutes and then I'm out of here. Gotta nourish the soul. Yeah, I can see the comments again. I saw you were trying to take advantage of it. Actually, it looked like you weren't for now. But yeah, no, I can only see what's for lunch. And I was like, I already answered that. Like, nobody's here. I'm all alone. Nah, I'm fine. What up, Harches? Tell Darla we said. Oh, Darla. You doubled to 8? I've been on live for 2 hours. And then I was live this morning. Dreamt of a little kitten last night? What color was the kitten? Did it have anything to say? Thanks, Mama. Like a good neighbor, Mama is there. I'm so done. Yeah, what's the essay on, Jesse? 1008 bad? What you mean? I need to set another timer. Let me not forget that. Oh, 1,000-word essay. I was like, what? Trojan's like, you'll be fine, Buttercup. We need some insurance with Bama. Jake from State Farm. Yeah, it's him. Bama from State Farm, are you there? I learned a lot. I was an only child for a good portion of my life. And then I wasn't at a good portion of my life. So I have value in being alone. And I don't feel like I'm ever alone. Like, really. Spiritually, mentally, physically. I got literally all the animals everywhere all the time. Spiritually is like a whole nother level. I don't like this. I like this long. So I'll hang like this. But to be fair, a lot of my best thinking is when I'm alone. But I think well with others too. It's fine. I get a good happy medium in there. Maybe you talk trash, maybe you won't. A black kitten. You know, I think the opposite of black cats crossing your path, being bad, it could be a sign of renewal. It could be a sign of a new beginning, a sign of the past being the past and you're moving forward. What did you feel when you saw the cat? Pork chops, that's always good. I love pork chops. I actually looked at the rice in there. I have some rice left over from what I made the other day, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna make fried rice with that because I rarely eat fried rice and I love fried rice. So I was like, it's not too much, I'm gonna do some fried rice with it. But I thought about it, having it with the brats. I was like, ooh, that could be good. And I was like, nah, I'm gonna do my decker. Cave paintings, what? Yeah, the Holy Spirit's there. We're never alone. I do feel that way. I joke, but I mean that. Oh. He felt loved. That's good. Do you have any animals? Maybe it was like a spirit guide. If you're open to the gifts of the universe, it will send them. I mean, it'll send them regardless, but when you're more open to it, you're gonna see more, for sure. You start getting the life riddles answered and questions resolved and answered. Some people think it's silly, but it's all about the little things, you know? Humans are silly. The answers are right in front of us all the time, and we're just still like, la la la, la la la, you know? Oh, your paper is about cave painting. Sorry. That's also my cue. So you had to do research about cave paintings. Did you find any that you liked? What are the differences? Come on, we'll help you write your paper. Actually, I don't know. I'm about to get out of here and eat. Maybe somebody else will. No, you got this. You got this. And then you can educate us on the differences. Wow, everyone learns. A thought and learning lesson for you. Cartoon in the 90s. Any cartoon specifically, or what you thinking, Cody? Yeah, I know that can be tough when they cross the rainbow bridge. It's never easy. But you never know what animal that may come to you because they need to be saved like you do, you know? I think like sometimes like animals, I feel like a lot of the time, if not all the time, animals find us too because we also need them. It's never easy, but that doesn't mean we should take away like such beautiful gifts from ourselves because of something that life happens with, because that's something that we all can relate to here, you know? It's sad. But there's always a time and a place for that too. Because you never know, like, what animal really may need you and what impact that animal can do for you. Like my boys, the dogs, like, really all my animals, my birds, my fish, the dogs, of course. But the dogs really, like, they were like guardian angels sent to me, 100%. Don't know where I would be without them. I am thankful for them every day. But I've had a lot of animals cross the rainbow bridge in this life because I've surrounded myself with aliens, with animals like my whole life. So it's never easy. And there's times where I'm like, okay, we're not doing that again because it does hurt so much. But then another animal may come along and they may really need you, you know? It's all about timing and feeling of it, though. You deserve to heal. We all do. But don't stop it from another, what could be adventure, you know? Because I think that our animals would want that too. I've had some animals that have crossed over the rainbow bridge, and I know that they help me be guided to the animals I have now. I know it. Like one of my little birds, I had a canary that got me back into being a bird mom, like, in real life, because I was like a bird sister growing up. We always had birds. And then I had something really tragic happen. I don't like really want to talk about that currently, but I wasn't a bird mom, and I was like, I'm not doing that again because it hurt so bad. And years later, like 10 years later almost, I ended up getting a canary, and he reminded me of a little Tweety bird. And I loved him so much, and he was the smartest canary, like crazy for a little bird. He was so smart. He even did the cat call whistle. And he ended up crossing over the rainbow bridge pretty fast. It was sad. He actually had issues from the rip, and I didn't notice until I came home, and then I literally was like very upset at the pet place. But I still loved him, and I was like, I'm not giving him back to you guys. Like, I know you're not going to take care of him anyways, but you need to know, like, what time it is. There's a lot of stories within itself. But, you know, he crossed over, and I was like, I'm not doing it again. I'm not being a bird mom again. Like, I'm just not doing it. Because it was very devastating for me, like very, like he was my little buddy, and for a little bird, he was so tamed, and he was so smart, and he loved me, like had such a little attitude and sass, like, and he was out all the time, like he was so tamed, very, very smart dude. But yeah, he ended up crossing over. I was devastated, and I was like, I'm not doing it again. And then literally a month later, I would say these little birds found me, and ended up getting another canary and 2 little finches, and they were next to each other. They were all together. And to be fair, a lot of the little birds don't get the time of day. And then people will go get parrots having no idea what to do, and you're going to get bitten, and then never play with the birds. The birds become more and more meaner and aggressive. And then even little birds, people don't take care of as well, and little birds can be really, really smart too. Anyways, but one of my birds now, I love him so much. He's like the apple of my eye, besides my pups. All of my animals are, but he does the cat call whistle. That was pretty much the whole point of my story. One of the points of my little story. But he does the cat call whistle. So I know my buddy lives on through my buddy now. And I know that and I feel that. I miss him so much. Like, he taught me a lot of things, and he taught me that I wasn't done being the Snow White or animal lover, and I shouldn't give up because of how tragic it was and how sad it is. It's still sad to me. But I would have never had my buddies now if I didn't do that. So I would have never changed it. I miss him so much, and I would love to have him back. But spiritually, I know he's still here. That's for sure. And there's several stories behind all that stuff, but I hope you get, or anyone gets what I'm meaning. That we deserve to still show love even when things happen the way that they do ultimately, you know? Because I'd rather have the time that I had than not at all. It's kind of like life, like you, it's all unpredictable. We're here for a little while, sometimes a long time, sometimes not long at all. And the same thing goes for everything else, you know? Anyways. That was story time, y'all. I think Spain has better paintings too, no offense, US. I wonder if Steven got an animal. Oh, woody woody woo, Steven, you better not be sitting back and not saying nothing. I wonder if he got a dog. We talked about that like a couple weeks ago. Or a week ago. Yeah, I have a book that kind of talks about like experiences with animals too, and leaning in on like their energy and the messages they have to offer, and people going as far as connecting with animals by literally asking for confirmation messages, like specific things that I kind of say in here too. Like, if you're looking for a sign from the universe, ask for it. And don't brush it off when you ask, but the universe knows that we may brush it off, so it may send it again, but be open for it, you know? Don't write it off as a coincidence, because I think the universe still, higher power, infinite intelligence, however you may want to call it, still knows that life is life, and we've been like jaded and programmed not to believe that there's magic to things. But shoot your shot. I mean, even on my first, like, as I'm like becoming more open to, I've been open, but as I was becoming more open to my spiritual journey, I was asking all the things. I was like, let me see this, let me see that, give me a time at this, like play this song here. Like, I was very like, I want to know. And people would be like, it's a coincidence, it's a timing, you were just there. And I'm like, yeah, that's lame to me, and you're not going to ruin the magic of my life. For sure. And plus, I like the thought that life continues and that we will all meet again, you know? I actually have, when my little bird crossed over, I found this literally, like, very close in time to him crossing over thrifting. And it was a yellow bird, like, piggy bank. I have two yellow bird situations. There's two that are music boxes, but I'm talking about the piggy bank currently. But I found the piggy bank, and I almost cried in the store. It was like super sad. And I thought of him immediately, and I got the piggy bank because I was like, how could I not, you know? Because it could be hard too. Like, in the beginning of like my being more woke spiritual journey, it was like I felt like I needed to buy all these things, but there's learning lessons and stuff, of course, and you don't need to be attached to these things. But I ended up getting the piggy bank, right? Well, after that bird crossed over, I don't even like say that bird because he was like way more than that. But when my buddy crossed over, I ended up being a bird mom, deciding to still want to be a bird mom. And I got my girl canary and I got my little finches, and they were all together. But I felt like my girl canary needed a buddy, and she was just like, she's beautiful. I still have her. I love her so much. Like, she actually sings, which is rare for a girl canary to do. But she is a queen, like 100%. Well, I ended up getting this other bird at a different place. So I was like, maybe she wants a buddy, you know, because the finches had each other. And they were like I don't know, a package deal, essentially. And they were like literally all roommates through like a plexi wall type thing together. It was kind of cool. So they've always known each other. Well, kind of, you know. But I ended up getting another canary, and he looked just like the one I was talking about that crossed over. And he was super healthy, and he taught me what it was like to have a healthier canary, because unfortunately my buddy was not. And I got to really appreciate like the singing of the canary, and like, because my little buddy would sing too, but I didn't realize that it wasn't as good as it could be, because I had never had a canary. I'd had other birds and growing up and stuff. A lot of stories in that, but anyways, just about a couple years ago, my other little canary boy that I got crossed over, and that was pretty devastating for me as well. But just about a month ago, I found the same piggy bank, yellow piggy bank, and they both were yellow. Like, they were like literally, like, they look so much alike, the slight differences between them. But I ended up getting another one, and I also have 2 singing jewelry, or they're not jewelry boxes, but they're music boxes. I have a video on my phone, and it's okay if anyone's like, you could have played the music or whatever, but I have a video of my phone, on my phone, of that music box going off by itself. Some crazy stuff. Like, literally, I was like filming it, and I'm like, anyone could say that I did it before, but I know what time it was. I was like, oh my gosh. But they live on forever. I miss them so much. I know that they're together in the heavens, and I will see them again. But those are just like little tidbits to my world. I think that there is no coincidences, and the other side is always communicating with us, and when we're open to it, they're going to keep communicating with us. And I think it makes life a little less like sad when things like that happen, for me personally. To know that life does continue, essentially. Anyways, yep. I'm about to go eat my lunch before we go to Sad Town. But that's okay. I mean, I felt like I needed to kind of share that for whatever reason. I mean, Paul was talking about it, but also it's like we've all experienced that at some point, and it's a sad place to be. Like, nobody wants to like talk about that, you know, but it is something most of us can share in common. Art, paint, and tools from the animals they hunted? That's crazy. Paint, though? Oh my gosh, don't tell me, actually. Now I'm thinking about how they got paint. Oh, geez. Yeah, do you think the hummingbird is an angel? Oh, I'm glad you still listen, Paul. I would have dropped out. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks for listening. I was like, I felt compelled to share that. And that's actually like a harder topic for me to talk about, especially my animals, because I've been used to humans being piles of shit, you know, but the animal stuff can be pretty rough, for sure. But that's life, and I think that if we don't talk about stuff like that sometimes too, it's like humans just go within with that because like it's sad and we shouldn't talk about it, but it's like that's how people get through things as well. And as mentioned before, with any type of angel, you get maybe emotionally stronger, but there's no healing or guidebook to like healing and feeling better about someone that's been gained as an angel or animal gained as an angel. You're picking up when I'm stepping in. No, that's you stepping in the dog sheet. There is nothing as coincidence. That's my timer, y'all. There is no. What up, Rhino? What was my bird's name? Both of them, or I've had many. I've had many birds. I grew up with birds, so we always have birds in my house. Always. This is definitely a thing. Do I eat animals? I'm not vegan or vegetarian. Yes, I do, but I'm really weird. I don't like tenants. I don't like the fatty stuff. I do not like a lot of bony stuff. Like, if I can't get the meat off and I'm about to maybe eat a bunch of bones in the mix of that, like, I don't know. But I definitely need iron and other things, so I'm not anti by far. But I'm a little, I'm not going to say picky either, because I'm not. But if you were to invite me to all you can eat chicken wings, you want to pick somebody else. That's what I'm saying. And I love chicken wings, but I know that I don't eat chicken wings like everybody else probably eats chicken wings. I prefer it to not be a chicken wing. I love chicken. I eat primarily a lot of chicken. But I don't know. I don't like surprise stuff in there. Now there's dozens. That's awesome, Rhino. Aww. Thanks, Paul. And I was speaking from the heart. It was a little tough to fight back a couple tears, you know. Definitely still soft spots for me. I'm like trying again. I'm like, you know, animals really get to me. I was on live last year, and one of the regular falcons out here slaughtered one of my ducks, and I literally was like crying. So if it's like connected to me even more, like nature, I'm always connected to nature. I'm an earth sign, so like I'm always connected to nature, but especially if it's like my core animals, like I'm like taking care of you all the time, you know, it hits differently for sure. A finch is like a bird, Nina. It could be like, there's different type of finches. I had another finch though. I was in a pet store getting food for my birds, and she was trying to fly to me through the plexi glass, and I was like, oh my gosh, like I was like, is this like really happening? And I was like, I think this like bird is trying to fly to me. And I was like, oh, you don't need any more birds, you know. And then I was like, I don't know, I feel really compelled here, and I'm glad I did. But that was another really hard situation that I encountered and dealt with. It taught me another situation about little birds not being cared for the way that they should. Like, I think it's because they usually cost less, sadly. They poop a lot more. You gotta think about it. The littler the bird. I mean, the bigger the bird, the bigger the turd. But in general, the little birds poop so much. Like, you really gotta be actively on it. And a lot of people just, like, it's a mess. So they can get sick a lot. They can get illnesses that like be rolling around in it. And some birds are nasty. And if they're growing up nasty and like they're not having a clean environment, that's really what they do, you know. So it is sad, because people will go and breed little birds and stuff and then not care for like their well-being as much as they would care for a parrot. And that's sad, because a lot of parrots don't get cared for either. Like, I thought about like taking in parrots that have been neglected, especially like some of the conures, where a lot of people will get them in the hype of it, and then ultimately they don't have time for it. So then the bird becomes aggressive or like has like behavioral issues based upon your lack of responsibility, essentially. So I thought about that like with dogs. It's the same thing with dogs. There's so many animals that deserve second chances. Let me get this out of the oven, and then I'm for real going on my lunch break. Anyways, but I really love that my little buddy now is almost like a buddy that I had growing up, like my parrot, in different ways, because no animal will ever replace another one. Like, it just won't be that way, even if there's similarities and like common ground or whatever. They'll never replace that animal in your world. It's just another like attachment to your heart, you know? That's how I at least try to view it. But he does a couple things that remind me of like my other buddy, and then like I said, he does the same thing that my canary did with the cat call whistle. And I loved when my canary did the cat call whistle. It was like the cutest thing ever. And my buddy now, he does it like entirely. And he has a lot of attitude. He does not play. Very funny though. Like, he always keeps me laughing. Like, the moment that I even got him, like before I even got him, I knew he was the one. Like, I just knew he was the one. I even went to another place to get like a tea and stuff. In line, it was like a 10-minute wait. There were so many people, but I found no coincidence to it, and I had time to think, and I just couldn't stop thinking about little buddy. And I went back to the pet store. I was like, I'm getting him. Like, I'm totally getting him. And somebody else was trying to get him, and I was like, oh, no. I already had gotten the lady in the front. I was like, oh, no. Don't be even thinking about names. He's my little buddy. I'm taking him home. They just steal your heart, you know? That's cool, Jen. Everything does happen for a reason. I agree with that. I'm a Taurus, but I'm a cuss. So I'm a Taurus and a Gemini. No, some people do. Like, I think, like, it's crazy. I know that people aren't actively eating bones, Nina, but I think some people know how to navigate through bones, you know? Like, especially if you're eating, like, fish, too. That's where I try to prefer, like, fish that don't have a lot of bones, because I'm not trying to, like, feel like I'm choking every few minutes, you know? I do like flats. I do. But if I'm eating chicken, I'm not anti-wings, y'all. Like, don't get me wrong. But I would prefer, like a chicken breast, or, like, maybe, like, a thigh or something. Like, something with less bone, for sure. Yeah, transfer of energy, for sure. What up, Urkel? Happy Monday. How are you? $10,000? I'm like, wait, what? Dream water bottle business. What up, y'all? Why can't I be sent gifts? Because YouTube won't monetize me. It's a shame. It's a shame. Good things come to those who wait until eternity. To be continued. You can be a cuss. Which I am. So if you fall in the middle of like two different signs, depending on the last of one sign and the beginning of the next, sometimes it's a few days in between that, you become a cusp. It's good to know. I mean, I think that it's very suiting for people to know that, because you can resonate with things, like, especially like if it's like personality wise, stubborn wise, emotional wise, like grounding wise. I don't know. It has been very beneficial for me to tap into my cuss side, because it resonates a lot more of why I feel like I do have, like, I don't want to say internal battles, but where I do have, like, sometimes conflict between the signs. Because, like I mentioned earlier, my Taurus side wants the twins, like, get your sheet together. Like, we don't have time for that. And the twins just want to have fun. So, it's confusing. Very confusing. But to find a good happy medium in there. Geminis are very, very carefree and very impulsive. Taurus can also be very impulsive, but think way too hard at times to talk themselves even out of being impulsive. And then I think sometimes when I am impulsive, it's the twins. For sure. I blame it on them. Absolutely. You cannot, Alex. Really, all the questions you can ask in the world. It's like the other one earlier. Oh, wow. That's crazy, Jen. Your cousin and your husband? Bless your heart. Bless your heart. I believe the wild population of parrots. It's sad, though. Do you know what kind in California? Leos are the best. Of course a Leo would say that. Yeah, I mean, good things are happening. Just because I haven't gotten over the hill yet doesn't mean that they're not happening. Good things happen all the time. You just have to be willing to see it and believe it. Come on now. You know what I mean? You picking up what I'm laying down? Because you apparently stepping in it. And by it, I mean your own dog shit. I'm out of here, y'all. I'm about to go on lunch. Let me clock out. Get a paid lunch in here, you know? Maybe I'll return. Yeah, because you're nuts. Them crazies. Your mom and youngest daughter? Oh, bless your heart. What were you again, Jen? Leo and Taurus have good reputations. It depends on who you ask. They really do, though. I'm just saying. I don't know what the hell that is. Country for sure. Who, Tony? You? Oh, Saggy in the house. Okay. You're the second Sagittarius girl in here. There's a couple of boy Sages, but welcome. I know about y'all Sages. And I'll never date one again. Just kidding. But literally, my dad's a Sagittarius too. It's a telltale sign for me. I was like, oh no, run for the hills. I actually get along with Sagittarius very, very, very well. I think women are more grounding because, come on now, women, but men and women, they both love their freedom. Love it. But I think women have more of a grounding way than men. I feel like men do have a more spirit-free approach about it because men don't think as hard as women sometimes. It depends on the situation, but... Wait, what? Wrinkles, take that back. Oh my gosh, how do you come in here? I was telling everybody to watch your videos earlier. I'm gonna remember that. Let's see where you're at in these timeouts, yo. 5 timeouts and 29 messages. Little Obama Jr. over here. Oh, you're an Aries too? Okay. So is Trosan. What person, hot dog? You know what's funny? When I first got my Dutch, this is what it reminded me of when I read that. When I first got my Dutch, I have this opening in the kitchen. Like, it's like almost like a window so you can see out to the living room. Cool if you have people over. If you're in the kitchen, you can still look out and talk, whatever. It's like a lookout almost. But I remember I was coming back in from the garage, and you can see from the garage, like, to through the opening to the kitchen, and I seen somebody duck down, and I was like, oh my God, and I ran in there so freaking fast, like, prepared for, I don't know if I was gonna grab a chair and go WWE in the status. I wasn't sure what was gonna happen, but my first instinct was to run to it. You know, it was crazy. So I run to it, and it was my dog. He was like standing on his hind legs. I was like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? He looked like a little bandit. What's the bars? Yeah, you need a timeout. Back to the definition of timeouts around here. Sometimes it's a correcting, sometimes it's a reckoning, sometimes it's a reality check. Most of the time it's a joke, though. How many crush you got, James? You sound like Bama. You are Bama Jr. I'm gonna tell him. What up, Marv? Yeah, WWE. How old are you, Marv? And what's your age? Or what's your age in astrology? I did ask how old you are. Yeah, you're like a junior mint. I'm gonna call you that. That one's a good one. I love junior mints. And I'm about to love my lunch. I'm putting it on break time, y'all. Nobody got time to play around here. You little junior mint. Ooh, I would love some junior mint ice cream. Can you imagine? Well, I wouldn't want them to get like hard and break your teeth. But I also love peppermint patties. Like the Yorks, the little York patties. Oh my gosh. Some crazy stuff. Come on. You can't let the air out, puppy. It's cool in here. It's hot out there. Little puppy uppy. Little crazy talk. Moose tracks, yes. No, you did it, Jesse, and you ain't sharing. You're welcome. You're welcome. I didn't invent it, but close. Just kidding. I love moose tracks. If you got all these, Jen, go get some moose tracks. Ooh, I love some mint chocolate chip too. Oh, Trosan said that. Yes. Trosan, get the moose tracks. Brock Lesnar, I cannot. I won't get started on my WWE claim to fame of meeting Jeff Hardy tons and tons of times. I asked my best friend recently, I'm like, can you send me some more photos? Like, I've lost so much stuff in my upbringing and moving and stuff, but I'm like, can you send me some photos? But I definitely have a few photos for sure. I got to see Sting one time too in a cage fight. I got stories. Oh, the peanut butter. It's the fudge. Man, you better be taking all the fudge that it gives you because it gives like these like taffy tasting fudge pieces in it. It's not taffy, but it's like thicker. But they literally put those fudge pieces inside of it. And sometimes they're a little bit more skimpier than others. But you better be taking your fudge pieces out and putting them in the side, put them in a whole nother container, and you better mail it to me. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding, because obviously that wouldn't work, but oh, I hope you get some good fudge pieces, I guess. Of course you're eating it right now. Undertaker, I cannot, y'all. I put the phone on the charge. I'll be in and out of the chat. I may come back to this one a little bit or restart it, but I got the phone on the charge. I'm gonna go eat. BRB. Oh, snap, y'all. I need some more snacks for all this. Oh, man. Okay, Chris is about it, and we already know Jesse's about it. Grown over here, like, you right? This is a little deep. I'm just talking about the toes. I'm just kidding, y'all. I'm still charging my phone. It's almost charged. I'm enjoying a few more snacks, and then I'll be back. Y'all, I just want to know if Sally sells seashells by the seashore anymore. I feel like this is going to get intense very fast. BRB. What up, Rumple? BRB. What up? It turned into a toe show in here. What the heck? Alright, y'all. I'm gonna restart the live. I'll be back. What up, Mella? BRB.